fan of how this game doesn't explain how to play.
Yeah, I can understand that. It's a pain in the butt sometimes. But the idea is that you make your own way. Alright, we're live. We're ready to find this treasure. Is that you shooting stuff? I'm going to assume that's you just standing on the beach. Ah, here we go, sunrise. Dylan. Quality entertainment? I don't know about that. I don't think I have a push to mute key for this game, so Aaron, you're going to be hearing me all over the place. If you're going to hear me at all. Going to assume my mic's working. Cool. Huh. Apparently I spilled some Coke on my phone earlier. That's not good. How did that happen? And we have... Haha. Now, Dylan, you've just been watching all the, quality weirdness with, whatever you've been watching. I'm so used to right-click being a thing where I zoom in. Oh, we should not keep this up here. Only one network of channels. That's hilarious.
Alright. I got my headset working again.
Ah, good. Snake Island...
Silly quest. It made me go to the East Island, then the West Island, then the East Island again.
I've had a few of those before. East Island, but you're not done. Dig 6 paces west.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I'm on the ship, I
Oh, I
mean.
thought you were at the... Yeah. It's fine.
Lone Turtle Memorial. Yes, Dylan, it's a UWP game. DirectX 12 game. I remember on release, because it was a WP game, people had trouble capturing it, so everyone was using display capture. This is neatly through game capture. Just standing on the beach there.
It doesn't want to cooperate. For some reason my controller keeps disconnecting, and then when it disconnects, my headset won't chat.
Uh-huh. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Storm might be heading our way. I don't think they would care, Dylan.
You hear me, Matt?
Yep, I hear you. Keep losing me.
That's right. Yeah, I've just swapped to my other controller, so...
So fingers crossed.
Yeah. Seems to be working better.
That's good.
I need a new controller. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
How many paces?
8? Yeah, 8
8
to the west.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
Haha.
Don't think this was worth digging up.
Well, the next island has 3 chests, so... There's a little bridge on it. It's not that one. Man, I could have sworn these are usually pretty close, but... I am not seeing it.
Sometimes they're just not. Shit.
Yeah. I have no idea which way to look. And these shadows are no help.
Better?
Not really. Didn't make much of a difference.
I know this island. Out of the way.
Okay. I know I've been there, I just don't remember where it is.
Damn.
What's ESA, Dylan?
Well, I thought it was down here.
Nope, that's not it. I want to say it would have to be somewhere on the left of where we are at the moment. Oh, yeah, there you go, Cannon Cove. To the left, there. Yep, that one. Seems like a long way to go.
Sure is.
Oof.
Northwest.
Is there an outpost on the way? We could drop off these 2.
You have a look, Cole. Just set up.
Oh yeah, there's an outpost next to it, that's fine. Alrighty. Let's go! Making sure I don't crash into this island.
It should move.
Is that a rowboat in front of us? Or something else? Because I couldn't tell from a distance.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's an outpost of some kind. It was very low res, that far away. But it just popped in.
Rowboat. I've never been to one of them. What are they?
No idea.
Go to one.
Should we go to that one?
Well, a turn.
Do you want to raise the sail slightly? Makes it easier to turn. Thank you.
Koi.
Tiny bit more sail. There we go. These waves are very high.
Yeah.
Looks like a merchant outpost. Yep, drop anchor. Perfect. Stephen of Stephen's Spoils.
What have you got for me then?
Got.
He sells an eye patch, a jacket,
Get
and a
on
belt.
your way then.
Um,
Don't stop for nothing.
he does have barrels, so let's empty those out. I'm full on bananas.
Doesn't really have much.
Mm-hmm. What's this thing? There's just a pot. And some books. Welcome back, Dylan. Well, there's a crate here of more planks. Oh, that barrel's full. Yoink. Yeah, just generic supplies by the looks of it. Scattered around. I'll accept it. Oh no, I missed the ship!
That sucks.
Yeah, let's raise anchor and keep going.
Always got to help me with the anchor after I'm finished.
Sorry.
Go to the left.
Yeah, we have to go northwest-ish, right?
Need to get 2 new controllers, really, because one I'm using, I can't push down on the left stick, make myself.
Oh no.
I have to really push down on it.
I had issues with my red controller's right bumper because I kept dropping it. But the bumper seems to work okay now. I don't know what happened.
Dunno. But yeah, my original black controller with the Xbox, that one doesn't want to stay connected when my headset's in for some reason.
Hmm. Well, this one seems to be doing okay, so...
Yeah.
How am I direction-wise?
Yeah, you're okay. You could go
Slightly
a little
more
bit
to the left.
west, but
Yeah.
you're on there.
Alrighty. Yeah, Dylan, there's definitely a lot of hang on. I remember there being an emote for a button for emotes. Here we go. There's my character. The way character customization works is basically you keep hitting the random button and it gives you 8 options. Eventually I settled with this one because all the characters it was giving me at the time were just old people. I'm like, I don't want to be an old pirate.
If we continue on this course, we're going to come in contact with another ship. And I think they're hostile.
They're doing a special quest that makes them visible to everyone on the map. So it's not that they're...
That generally also makes them hostile.
Yeah, because they...
Hostile, trust me.
Correct. So, what do you want to do?
Alright. We'll find an outpost and just ditch what we got. And then if we encounter them, we encounter them.
Sounds good.
So there was one on the way, didn't you?
Not on the way, slightly to the left of the island that we're going to. Right there, yeah.
Oh yeah, Golden Sands. Yeah, let's head straight there. So, continue going this way.
That's the plan. I feel like we're gonna bump into them, regardless.
Might.
Because I think they're going straight to Wanderer's Refuge. So what we could do is if we go right, we should be able to avoid them.
Cooking, yeah.
Oh, is that them there? In the sloop?
Yeah. Yeah. Might be alright. Make sure you don't steer directly at them.
Yep. Just 2 pirates going in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're going well. It's very dark.
Mm-hmm. Just realised that as well. Put all their lights on too, so maybe they're not hostile.
Maybe they're only hostile if you're trying to attack them and steal all the stuff they're carrying.
That's probably fair too.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Let me know when I should straighten out.
Oh. Good. Do for now, yeah. We can make minor adjustments later.
Alrighty.
There's a spider climbing up the back wall behind my TV. Can't hear your accordion at all.
Really?
Yeah, normally they sync up. Mine hasn't synced up.
They're definitely synced up on my end.
Weird on mine. Done.
How about now?
But that one's a bit better, I think.
Oh no, we've turned too far. It's not where I meant to go.
Yeah.
I had the wheel straight.
Done this big arc. I think we just get pushed around. Keep
Yeah,
turning to the north.
Yeah, I am. I don't trust these waters.
We've been playing for 40 minutes, and so far we have one seafarer's chest.
That's good.
For us. Best pirates ever.
We're still learning, you know? Okay, I see it. No, Daniel, no sinking here. Just getting pushed around by the water.
We're getting close.
Yeah. Like, I keep turning right because it keeps pushing me left. It's like one of those shopping trolleys that has a dodgy wheel.
To the north end of the island, because that's where all the treasure is. So follow the back end of it, like behind it where it is, but head more to the north
Alrighty.
to turn right.
Will do.
Turn right. Just follow this side of the island.
That's the plan.
Turn right, Matt.
Oh, turn right.
Yeah, now.
Is that a boat straight ahead?
Certainly looks like it. I'm playing with your sails here. So we don't run into the island.
Looks like a boat.
It is, and it's anchored. Just keep an eye on it.
Will do.
Somewhere along here will be okay, I think.
Oh, apparently not.
Put the anchor down. Put the anchor down.
I didn't think I was that close to the island.
I didn't either. Don't know what happened there.
Too close to the beach.
There's a gunpowder barrel here if you want to come get it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's where I need to dig. here.
Well, that's disappointing.
Fucking skeletons. Fuck you. Your channel PG rated, Matt.
Swear as much as you like.
I'm gonna die here. I died. That sucked.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, Daniel, I didn't just get the game.
This Daniel.
Someone I met in Overwatch. I think. If I'm correct. No. Maybe? Yes. I met them in Overwatch, that's right. Dylan, the game runs fine.
People in Overwatch.
I keep getting some high CPU usage, I'm not entirely sure why. But overall it runs okay. Like just then I got a spike to 100%.
Son of a bitch.
You okay?
Okay, fucker. Okay. Yeah. Laugh at me, you fucking bitch.
Oh, and hey Base Under, I didn't see you there.
Righty, where'd this chest go?
What do you mean, where did it... Oops, that was my fault. I just shot the ship. Our ship. Switching to the map.
Alright.
What am I hearing?
Castaways. The other one's down here somewhere.
Who are you using light mode? What? It's restream chat in the corner. Yeah, that's normally true, Dylan. This game is all about dynamic shadows. Like down here as well. Oh. There's a water down here. I think there's probably a small hole somewhere that we missed. Yep, Dylan. The whole ship casts shadows. Wait, what is... What are these? Oh, I can change the color of my hair. I didn't know I could do that. Aha, I found the hole.
Cool. Leave the chest on the beach.
Alrighty, I'll grab him.
Skeletons.
I'm actually starting to sweat a bit in here.
Here, there. It's the rock. I'm gonna dig here. Seafarers, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Life. Chris?
That was a very disappointing voyage.
It was. I do have another one. Another golf course if you want to if you want me to activate that.
Yeah, when you get back. Hi, Tim. How's it going?
And
I can take that if you want.
you grab that one. Yeah, because I've got to go get the castaways. Sort of not worth it, but I'm sort of going to because we got fuck all.
No, Tim, the Restream embedded chat decided to change its style. So, I didn't even realize until the first message got posted to today's stream, so I'll have to redo the CSS changes for that. I'm not going to do it while I'm live. I think that ship we saw is turning around.
Around where?
Well, I'm hoping not towards us.
So. Get moving if you want.
Yeah, they're going behind the rocks. I don't know if that's because they want to come get us. They're trying to stay hidden.
Propose this voyage.
And let me guess, Tim, it was a one-line fix. And I will figure out where these two islands are. Smuggler's Bay.
Not that far away, I think.
North for the first one. Second one is Sailor's Bounty.
So we'll go to the outpost first.
Yeah, both of them are north. The outpost is west-southwest.
Direction I'm going.
Yep. Oh no. Tim. 3 characters, that's all it was. Jeez. That's programming though.
Oh. It fell off.
Did you?
Well, the problem with this controller is that it's the left stick slightly damaged. Sometimes I just walk forward. Because I was looking through my telescope, I didn't realise.
Oh no.
I have to wait for my mermaid.
Bye!
Here he is.
The good news is I don't see any boats at... yeah, I don't see any boats at the outpost.
Yeah, I'm just walking forward. Was.
Mm-hmm.
Glodon is here. Are we going to ditch the chests as well, or are we going to go for the 20 chest achievement?
Oh, we could try the 20 chest achievement if you like.
I'd like to. We already have 4.
I think 20 is doable. Right, if you want to raise the sail.
Okay, that's a bit weird with the shark.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't get that close to an island.
I think its pathfinding is off.
You go around the other side of the island.
Yeah,
The wrong side.
I realized that once I got close.
Yeah. Don't get too close because we don't want to
Oh,
repeat
jeez.
what we did before. Oh, we really did fuck up.
Yeah. I think usually the outposts don't tend to have a beach like that, so we should be fine. Raise the sail a bit more.
Messed up, AA wrong.
It's too far to the right. Because we need to get
Going
to
around.
the middle island, right?
Go to
So I
this
need-
pier over here. Yep.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
We're close, we're close. Took the long way around. The scenic route. We just wanted to have a look at the
Yes.
tropical island.
Yes, it's a very nice island.
I concur. We can park here.
And we can grab we can grab a rowboat while we're here.
Excellent. I do like a rowboat.
Yeah.
Where are we offloading these gems? Who are we giving them to get their brownie points?
Up to you. Drop the sail. Drop the
Drop
anchor,
the
sorry.
anchor.
Yeah.
We can give them to the
Spot
Merchant
on.
Alliance, or
While you
like,
decide,
get
I'm gonna
those
start
points up,
handing in
or we
chests.
can, but we were keeping the chests.
Oh, right. Yeah. You're right. I blanked.
Gold hoarders
I'm
it
sorry.
is. Blanked. Emerald.
Gold hoarders? Alright, I'll grab the other one.
Like, while I'm here, I might grab some more gold hoarders quests.
Yeah, not a bad idea. What do I have? Oh yeah, I need to grab one more, spooky one. Where's the spooky lady?
Our time is now.
That's cheap. That's really weird.
Rowboat looks beaten up. Rowboats be damaged?
Good question.
May fate guide your hand.
I have no idea.
One of them looks like pretty bad.
And the other one you've just crashed into the, pier.
Well, it's not my fault. Don't turn well, right?
I'm surprised it let you do that.
Yeah, so am I actually.
What? Oh, you found some spices.
I found something. I know, it's waterlogged cloth or something.
Oh, wrong way.
Waterlogged, luxurious cloth.
Oh crap, I missed the boat.
Delivery note on it, hang on. Delivered to Wild Henry at Crooks Hollow by 5 PM on the 14th. What's the date? Past that, so let's see if I can get rid of it here. Crooks Hollow. Look at the map. Oh, you're over there. I'll have a look.
Yeah, I struggled. I didn't know how to dock, so it just went straight past.
Crooks Hollow.
There we go. Boat docked.
Hollow. Crooks Hollow. Nice. Oh, Crooks Hollow's fucking ages away. We're not going. No one's getting their waterlogged goods.
Can't hand them in.
Put them back in the water. You can't just hand them in here. It's got to be handed into somewhere specific.
Hmm. That's unfortunate.
Bianca, we're fucking off.
Will do.
We're heading north. West, specifically.
Northwest? Okay. Slightly more to the west. Is it in sync this time? Okay,
A sunken
What?
ship.
Where? Ooh. Let's go to that
Sunken
first.
ship. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Free stuff!
I only ever have luck finding good shit on sunken ships when you're with me, so
Oh, really?
I'm all for this. Yeah,
Let's do it.
tried looking by myself, and I just can't find anything good.
I mean, we had that one chest when you were about, shipwreck when you were heading off that was just empty.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it can happen when I'm around, but...
Had a good run that day, like
Yeah, we did.
a good run for us. Like I know other people, like on YouTube videos I've watched, they've gone, oh yeah, we had a really pretty average haul. We only got like 40,000 gold. And I'm like, you only have 40,000 gold.
I'm currently at 87,000.
Yeah, I'm not far off 80. Only 6,000. Okay, I'm a little far off.
I mean, I haven't spent money on anything lately.
Neither have I, but you're a few more levels in Order of Souls than I am.
Correct.
The only difference between us, really. You just have more Order of Souls.
Yes, because I like the
We're about
spooky.
even in.
Are we dropping anchor
we're
or
about
just
even
raising
in
sails all
gold
the way?
orders, And
Cool.
I'll drop the anchor.
Hmm.
We need to head more north. I need to turn off the light in the cabin because it's too bright.
There doesn't seem to be anything in the captain's quarters.
You're saying there doesn't seem to be anything on the ship at all. It's going to be very disappointed.
I wouldn't speak so soon. Found some spices. Oh, but I might drown.
Even if you just bring it. Even if you just
Yeah,
bring things to the surface.
There's a
and I'll go-
skull here. But I'm dying. Hang on.
The surface. Your spices.
I can't tell which way is
Grab
up.
the spices.
Okay.
Spices. So where
Did you
is
get them? Oh no, they're right here. Hold on.
I don't see them.
It's a crate of rare tea. I didn't bring it up because I was panicking. Do they float?
Oh.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're up at the top.
I want to grab air before you get your skull.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. I've learned not to trust the water. Ooh. Because usually these ships have air pockets, but this one, not so much.
Yeah.
It's a disgraced bounty skull. Not the best, but
Worst?
yeah. Keeping an eye out for more.
I don't know what is the worst. I think I've hurt my finger. Just sore.
Is it from
Always end up
holding
with
down the left
mysterious
stick too
cuts.
much?
No, it's on the other hand, actually.
Ah. I see.
It's a bit like when I was in Vietnam. I managed to cut 3 different fingers in 3 different cities.
Oh, well
Okay,
done.
me. All while drunk,
Ah, yes. Which way are we going from here?
because you know me. Or fish.
Yep. Oh, we can go north from
Think I've
here.
seen
And
the island.
I'm not carrying any bananas and I need one. Hey.
Ski bananas. I have 0 bananas as well. Actually, I might top up my health.
Yeah, just grab a couple. It's very dark.
That's the idea.
Another little outpost here.
Yeah, let's not waste our time this time.
Pretty much. Spoils? What, 3 garments?
I think the disgraced bounty skulls are the worst ones. I think they're the ones with the least return.
Maybe. But we got them for free, so...
Everything you find in this game you get for free.
True.
If you take it from someone else, like that time I stole the captain's chest.
Yes. I have to dodge this giant rock and then the island should be behind that.
I reckon we go through the rock.
I mean, if you
It's
want.
mightier than the rock.
Not in my experience. But if you'd like to test that theory...
I'm okay.
Okay. Another time then.
What's that? So there's a ship behind... It's in Smuggler's Bay by the looks of it. Leaving Smuggler's Bay. Just keep an eye on it.
Which way are they going?
It is there, coming out. Going straight from the entrance. Yeah, they're not turning.
Could you raise the
Keep
sail
an eye.
slightly so that I can see where I'm going? Thank you.
Certainly. Moment we're going straight into an island. Sound.
I don't know. My frame rate
Very
went terrible
intense,
for it though.
A lot.
I'm hearing intense music. Oh, pirate ship. Hi, pirate ship.
Skeleton ship. Yep. Let's
They
not
saw
shoot
us. They spawned right next to us.
them. Yeah, that happens.
Spooky. Spooky
Apparently
skeleton
if you
ship.
don't shoot them, you have a pretty good chance of them not attacking you.
Yep. Which side of this island do we need to be on?
Don't know at this point. I sort of just want to keep an eye on the ship. Just park somewhere.
I'll park between the rocks, that should help us. Lower the sail slightly. Actually, I can't tell if there's a gap between these islands. I don't think it's big enough for a ship.
Oh,
Okay.
it's anywhere here-ish. Raise the sail full, so... Maybe when you want me to drop anchor.
Drop it here, yeah, because I'm worried I might hit this island over here. Because I can't tell. That's the center.
A hidden cache awaits your eyes. Sailor's bounty.
Oh, we would have been okay.
Blah blah blah.
Yes, blah blah blah.
Felt the ship shooting at something. It's
Shooting
shooting
us.
at us.
That's nice.
Not really. Especially when it hits the ship.
Yeah, I'm going back to the ship.
Take it on.
Focus on the water. I'll get us going.
Holes.
No holes? That's weird.
Yep.
Maybe it's just trying to scare us? Ooh, there's a thing here.
Exploding. Oh, is it?
I mean, that's what it sounded like. I don't
I
know.
hear it.
No, but the crashing sound I heard sounded like it.
I reckon they're just exploding cannonballs.
Maybe. Alright, I'll stay. Do you want to stay on the ship or should I? Just to keep an eye on it.
I can... can look for the treasure on this one.
Alright.
I'm going to raise this anchor just so I can maneuver the ship. When I need to, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I can shoot the skeleton ship if I have to. We don't drift anyway, so... You go look for the, It's still fucking shooting us.
It hasn't actually done any damage though, which is weird.
Not yet.
Oh, that's nice. Skeleton on the island with a barrel.
Barrel? Yep.
Oh god. Oh. The skeleton ship is killing my frame rate right now.
Yeah, it's not so good.
Has it started putting holes into the ship?
I'm dancing, so...
Oh.
It has, but I couldn't even repair them.
Should I come back then?
I need you to come back.
Alright, I'm on my way. Oh, jeez. I have a feeling we might have to start shooting back. That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm here. Oh, jeez. I'm dancing too. Stop! Oh.
So I think that's all the holes for the minute.
So what's the plan? Just leave?
Beach. I reckon we can take it on.
Yeah?
Cannonballs?
Yep, I got some.
I don't know if it's abandoning the attack or what. Is the cursed one on it?
I don't know, I haven't practiced in a while.
That's why I'm saying don't use the cursed one.
Ah, it cut off the first word, so all I heard was use the cursed one.
Oh.
Oh no, I'm off the ship. Come on. Nope. You're gonna be without me for a bit. It's turning towards you. I'm gonna see if I can hop on the ship and just kill some of the skeletons.
Sounds good. I'm gonna repair the hull.
Good idea.
The ship.
I'm on it.
You skeleton ship. Fuck off.
Ow. Oh god.
And now there's a megalodon.
Oh god. I'm slowly killing them. Ow, that guy hurts. Oh no, I don't have the bananas for this.
Megalodon attacked me and killed
I'm dead.
me. Yeah, I'm
I killed them and they
dead too. We can get back to
respawned.
the ship. We can't do this, we need to run away.
Hmm. It was a worthy attempt.
I reckon the ship's gonna be sunk before I get back.
Maybe.
Didn't have anything too good.
No.
Come on, fucking load. Just got a black screen with a sinking sound. I reckon we're sunk.
No. It's getting there.
We sunk.
Did we? Yeah, we did. Damn. Hi, Queen Place. Hi, Pearly. You arrived at the perfect time for us to lose our ship. Skeleton ship spawned right next to us and slowly eliminated our ship. I attempted to fight them off on their ship, but I didn't have enough bananas. Oh, and there's sharks now, so that's nice. Oh, we did have a rowboat, so at least, Ow. Shark bites. No! I'm respawning again. That was rough.
At least you have the ship though, so...
Do I?
Ah, fucking sharks.
Well, I spawn on the rowboat with you. Oh, yep, no, I'm at the ship. You're right.
Zero bananas. I'm gonna try and get this stuff. I died. Alright, so we lost the chest. The other we found.
Well, yeah.
Unless you can get the ship back to where we were, so...
We were very far away from here. We can try. I don't know if there's a respawn time, despawn time on the treasure.
Yes, it'll sink. Are we far away?
Fair bit, yeah.
You start sailing.
That's what I'm doing.
That was a really shit run.
It was.
Out the ship for a start. In Megalodon. Fucking sharks. Oh yeah, we are quite a ways, aren't we?
I mean, we're gonna have to go back to that island up there anyway.
Yeah, it's where we're going, but still.
One of the viewers on Mixers says that treasure despawn time is about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, we might make it.
We might.
As big as this place is, like, it's not that big.
Yeah. The problem is the wind's in the wrong direction.
Yes, that doesn't help. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Be right back. I'm gonna get chips.
Alrighty. So Queen Players, how's it going? Because clearly for us it's not going well. Yeah, Pearly, the water in this game is beautiful. And it kind of has to be. If you're going to make a game where, you know, your players are going to be on the water most of the time, the water's basically the most important part. Yeah, overall pretty good. We haven't gotten much treasure this session yet. Last session was really good. And now we just need to get to those islands right there. Actually, I have a button for this. Although that is off-center. Why is that off-center? That is weird. Well, Pearly, it is half price at the moment, if you're interested in... Oh, actually, better yet, Pearly, if you want to try it out, you can get Xbox Game Pass for 3 months for $1. Get it right now, you can play the game for 3 months, and if you end up liking it, you can buy the game. I have seen the trailer, Queen Plays. That's good. I might get some myself later. The trailer looks really good, in my opinion. I don't know if I would play Arena Mode, just because I'm really bad at the whole PvP thing.
What game's this?
The new update for this game. That'll come out at the end of this month. I don't know why my CPU usage keeps going so high. Why is that island shooting at us?
Because we're unlucky tonight.
Apparently. Well, Pearly, this game is best with friends, so... Like, it's really trying to get us from over there.
Oh yeah.
I can't say I've had any issues with... well, game lag a bit. When the... I have seen weird physics on the... on the fish. How far from this are we? Good Lord. Oh yeah, we're not gonna make that in time. Not with the wind in the wrong direction.
That's fair.
Damn hell.
Apparently the mid-sized ship is really good, even with 2 people.
Oh no. I think OBS just froze on me. That's weird. Oh, did I screw up that message? That's unfortunate.
No.
I have a bot to alert me when people follow on Mixer, and it didn't actually fill in the username.
Right.
Tim, why would you do this? Okay, I used the wrong brackets, that's why. Pearly, because they want you to get it. They've been doing $1 deals, and like Xbox Live Gold, if you don't have it, is $1 for a month right now as well.
And it auto-subscribes you.
Yes, but you can unsubscribe before the month is over.
Yeah, but you have to know what you're doing.
True. Penguin, welcome to the stream. Again, it's because they want you to buy it, Pearly. If you try it out for 3 months and you enjoy it, then... Because, like, Game Pass comes with a lot of games.
A lot of them are shit, though. When I say that, it means I wouldn't play them.
Queen Place, I do keep getting frame drops on my end. Is that another ship in front of us?
It's a skeleton ship.
Looks like it. And it's turning the same way we are.
It is. Don't shoot it. We should have tried to run away from the other one.
Yeah, we should have.
Oh well. Wernie lost. Probably a little over 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Fine.
How are we doing? Is it following us? I've lowered my graphic settings on my end to kind of improve things a bit.
It's fine. We're heading in the wrong direction though. You need to turn to the right.
Yeah.
It's better. The wind is still in the wrong direction.
Because of course it is.
You want to go to Smuggler's Bay first, or?
Yeah, might as well. Okay. It's not this island, right? I have to dodge this one.
Correct. Yeah, dodge this one.
Gotcha. Do you want to turn off some of the lanterns?
Come in.
The lights on our ship. Yeah. There is a ship on the island in front of us. I might go around. Not that we have anything, I just can't be bothered getting a new ship again.
Yeah. The skeleton ship is going in the same direction as us. It's far away, so we'll just see how we go.
Okay.
Been changed.
I did it. Still not technically in our favor.
You keep losing course.
I'm gonna keep us at an angle that we can use the wind to our advantage. That should help us a little.
Maybe.
Nice one, Pearly. Adjust the sail slightly to go with the wind. While I dodge this rock. Now, Pearly, what I would recommend is add a calendar event a few days or a week before the 3 months expires. And then what you'll have to do is go to the Microsoft website and basically cancel the subscription. We've still got quite a way to go. I don't think the wind is going to move further into our favor, but that's fine. This angle should work.
Better than sailing into it.
True, true. We will have to turn right to avoid this fort soon, though.
Yeah.
I literally have my wheel so that I'm turning left, but the water's pushing me to the right. And I can see it on the compass.
It happens.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. I know where I'm going, game. Stop sending me in the other direction. I'm also trying to really avoid this fort so that it doesn't shoot us from too far away.
how's this? Right. So, girlfriend's friend is a rabbit. They're named Tang Yuan. Because they're Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
And they're having a birthday for the rabbit, Tang Yuan.
Of course.
Which I've been invited to. Of course.
Oh.
And yeah. And Tang Yuan in English means glutinous rice ball. That's what they named the rabbit.
That's
So
fantastic.
they've asked the question: Are we having Tang Yuan on Tang Yuan's birthday?
Oh. It's terrible.
Would cause an issue if you misinterpret it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you eat the wrong Tang Yuan.
Yep. That could be a problem.
I didn't want to suggest that because I don't want to be excommunicated just yet.
Yeah. Right. Tread carefully.
Having hot pot apparently.
Hot pot's nice.
The island here.
Yes, it is the island in front of us.
But I was going to suggest Tang Yuan hot pot, but I thought better of it. I've never had glutinous rice balls either, so I don't know what I'm in for.
Only one way to find out.
Anywhere on this island will be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna aim for the middle island, but I'm gonna line up facing the right side because that's the direction we'll need to go on for the next island.
Do you?
Hmm?
Saying you
What was
do
that?
you?
Oh, okay.
Do you? Ignore me. I need to bring my mic up a bit more.
Yeah, it's also partly the game's voice network is pretty trashy. The quality isn't fantastic, but it also cuts out weirdly. Alright, drop anchor.
Deal. Right. What
Perfect.
does it say? Wrong map thing. Wrong one, Aaron.
The Lost
This one.
Explorer in the Shrine Chamber.
The Lost
So,
Explorers.
if you go straight from, like, here, there is an underground section, and I think it's somewhere there.
Fucking skeletons. Oh, you fucking fuck, I missed. Did you?
Just get him off! He started running in the other direction.
Me fucker. Right, give that to me again. Never mind, I found the cave.
Yep, that one. Awesome,
Where am
Pearly.
I supposed to go?
Somewhere in that underground cave system is a shrine chamber. And in there you will find a skeleton that either has a map or a compass of some sort to indicate that they were an
What am I supposed to
explorer.
do with him?
Hold the map. Hold your map up where he is.
Okay.
Yeah. And now we wait. I'm going to keep an eye out.
Lost.
That's not good. Why are you lost?
Underground.
This is true.
Can't see. Shrine.
It's a pretty complicated cave system down there.
Would agree with that. And this room looks promising.
I thought I found another emerald thing, but no, it's just a plant. Yep, definitely a plant.
I'm disappointed. Wow, this still goes down. It goes deeper and deeper. No, never mind.
You can do it.
I reckon I'm in the right chamber, but there's no shrine. In here.
There's no exciting treasure where I am.
You're looking as well.
Just looking around the boat. The beaches.
I reckon because we got nothing on the boat, I reckon you can just look around as well.
Alright.
Fucking skeletons.
I mean, if that's what you're into. Did you go... Oh, you're right there, okay. I'll go this way. No, there's nothing this way. Well.
Direction.
Hi, Piggy. Not everyone, Pearly. All the bad NPCs are skeletons.
There's no
The riddles
shrine
take the longest and only give you one, Yeah, maybe there's a second...
You found anything?
No, not yet.
I reckon this is the shrine chamber. Here we go.
Oh yeah, there you go. Was it in that cave system or not?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Tasty dog, the Scarlet Stag. The northeast cave entrance in the sinkhole. You need to go to the entrance.
I see, Pearly. I get it now. I didn't connect the dots. I just need to find a way out of here. Northeast cave entrance. I wanna say... That means...
The sinkhole. That's where I am.
Stupid skeletons.
sinkhole. That's where I am.
I don't know what to tell you.
Those are the wrong entrance.
It's a possibility. Yep, you got it. Northeast. Rowing boat shaded by palms.
Sinkhole. Northeast. Oh shit.
I see palms, but not... Oh, I missed. I aim too high. I like how the other skeleton survived that.
Well, he wasn't real close.
True. I don't see a rowboat. Whoops. By the palms to the northeast, and then 5 paces to the west. Nice.
Reason you brought me. Right, get the ship ready.
Will do.
I'm on my way back. Actually, don't make much more gold from Marauder's chest than you do from average
Yeah.
chest.
Moving on to the next one, yeah?
Okay.
Oh look, the wind's going in the wrong direction.
What a surprise. Getting a bit cold in here, I might turn my heater on.
Well, I won't stop you.
Sheldor is AFK.
It's that big island right there. Pearly.
I'm back.
Beautifully worded. Pearly says the wind isn't going in the wrong direction. Your journey is just against the wishes of the sea.
Okay. Seek get fucked. Big island in front of us. It's a little hard to miss.
Yeah. That's why I've crashed into so many of them. feel like we're going very slowly, but we're not.
Going as fast as we can.
Yep.
Getting pretty close to the island now.
Yeah.
Where are you going behind it? Really no access to anything behind it. You go to the front of it, turn to the right.
Alright, raise the sail. About halfway. I was just gonna go on the bit where there's a lot of beach.
Yeah, but there's no access to most of the island.
True.
You didn't know this? One of the first islands we ever explored.
I lose track of all the islands. They're all the same.
Similar. Anywhere along this beach will be alright.
Alright, drop anchor now, I guess. Are any of these functional rowboats that we can take? Nope, just rocks. A broken rowboat.
There's not even any rowboats.
At the long-forgotten birdcage, sunlight doesn't reach. So you're looking for a bird cage with a skeleton of a bird inside.
Trying to remember where it is. I think it's at the top.
Yeah, it's somewhere up the top for sure.
You want a gunpowder barrel?
Lone Cove. Let me scroll
Pages
that on
away.
our map.
Where that is, it's heaps away.
2 islands away.
Oh, skeletons.
It's next to the outpost we would head to if that's what we
shit.
wanted to do. Wouldn't be worth our time. I'm hearing music like there's another mermaid nearby. Oh yeah, red mermaid.
Look then. Leave. I don't think we've had a ruby mermaid yet. Ah, fucking snakes. Can't see shit.
Yeah, they are. I hate them so much. What would you say the mermaids are made of? Stone?
Probably just stone.
Yeah. What the hell? Oh. I also see a yellow thing in this direction, which I think is a yellow mermaid, and a glowing thing in that direction, which I think is a message in a bottle.
Look, explore. Yes, bananas, I need them. You're ready, ready, ready. The fuck are you?
No, I don't think there are any actual mermaids in this game, which is unfortunate, because mermaids are cool.
Oh, mermaids. They help you, remember?
I don't know if I would call them mermaids. They seem ghostly.
They are though. They're mermaids. Legitimately. Hey, what's this thing?
I think it's healing faster than I'm shooting it.
Cage. That happens sometimes. There's Google. Me phone. Here's me phone. What island are we on? Smuggler's Bay.
Something like that, yeah.
There's a bird cage.
Just googling it. I think we're gonna need two of us shooting at this. Pearly's like, that's not how riddles work. You're not supposed to Google the answers to riddles. This is news to me.
You can if you're frustrated.
Yeah. And if you've had bad luck.
Fucking skeletons. Why? Ah, fuck, I'm in shit now. Fuck. I'm gonna die. Almost died. Fuck off, cat. Died.
I'll need your help with this, mermaid. It won't die.
Yeah. Oh, we get Smuggler's Cove. Smuggler's Bay. I think we need to sniper it and then just go in with cutlasses.
Yeah, we could do that.
You shooting?
Let me know when you've respawned.
Respawned. Just get my gun.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, there it is, down here. Start shooting it.
Where is it?
Bottom.
Ah, directly below me. Straight through the heart. I'm drowning. There's a shark.
Keep attacking it. I'll be down there again in a second.
I'm out of bananas.
Close, surely.
I'm gonna die again.
Getting close to dying. I got one banana left. But
I don't think we've gotten any explosive barrels yet, have we?
I did find one on the island, but yeah.
Sometimes these guys take too long. Doesn't feel worth it.
Reckon they're worth it for an easy 1,000 gold.
Pearly, when you destroy one of these, that glowing red symbol is a pearl. In this case, a ruby pearl. And that gets you about 1,000 gold.
Pretty sure the ruby ones get you like 2.5.
Oh, well, there you go.
Shooting it, I'll attack it manually.
Yep.
Die again, but that's fine. We're almost there. Just keep shooting.
That's what I'm doing.
Vanessa knows exactly what I'm doing. I think I missed that shot. Come on. There we go.
Finally.
I'm pretty sure these ones, if they're any deeper, they reckon just don't worry about them.
Yeah.
Birdcage.
No, there's something over here. Oh, it's a seafarer's chest.
Nice.
Is that what I was seeing? Huh. Yeah, it was glowing underwater. There's another yellow one. I'm not sure how deep it is and how much health it has. Oh, there's a shark.
Wanna have a look?
Not a fan of these sharks. Yeah, wood's not supposed to glow pearly, but that's what I was seeing. I just need to kill this shark. Don't mind me. Yeah, that was the wood. That's weird. I think the yellow one is even deeper. Is it?
Fucking birdcage is in a cave, apparently. But no, there was a fucking cave. Get into the cave. Is there a mermaid, Matt?
Sorry?
Is there a mermaid?
I'm not seeing it. I could have sworn there was, though.
You said yellow, that didn't make a lot of sense to me.
I'm not hearing any music, so it can't be a mermaid. Okay. I see where it is. Just need to figure out what it is.
About to die, I think.
It's an elaborate flagon.
Mind.
Merchant Alliance, I think.
Okay. It's an item, is it?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh, shark, go away.
For this cave.
Whew.
Okay, there's the cave, but I want some bananas. I need fucking bananas.
Mmm.
Damn, I don't want planks. I want an empty barrel. Want, not what I want.
Mm-hmm. It's the only way you can eat bananas in this game. We're also running low on bananas, by the way, so if you see any barrels...
I'm looking through the barrels, because I have, like, no health. How many bananas I found? None. There we go, 2, but I'm gonna eat them.
Yep. Sounds like a plan. I've also found 2 bananas.
Okay, which way is northeast? The cliffside side, Stony Grave to the northeast. Okay. I must.
It's an entertaining way of eating bananas, Pearly, okay? You just swallow the banana whole. Come on, let me walk on this. There we go. Oh, that didn't work.
Stony Grave on the cliffside to the northeast. Stony Grave, Stony Grave. That's a target. I have not found a Stony Grave.
Mm-hmm. Do you need help finding it?
Yeah.
Alright. Cliffside Stony Grave to the northeast. Alright, I'm gonna shoot myself out of the cannon. I know, Pearly.
The fucker.
Is it not this one?
Oh, find that. That'd be it.
9 paces south by southeast.
As well do the honors.
Yep, that's it. And at least 2 skeletons spawned. 3. 4. Lord.
Oh, what the fuck?
This one's aggressive.
Was it? Right here.
It helps that there were candles that it lit up at night. Oh, it's a
You grab
captain's
that,
chest.
I'll go grab the barrel that I found. Yeah, no, I said that.
I was too distracted fighting off skeleton. Multitasking, not one of my
Tells me
talents.
what you found, but it doesn't tell you what you found until you dig it up.
Yeah. It's pretty dumb.
Fucking snake. Ah, fuck snakes. Cunts. Can't see, so I'm just hoping I'm walking in the right-ish direction.
Should be.
We may as well do that secondary quest. No,
Yeah.
there's Lone Cove. That's ages away, isn't it?
It's nearby.
Let's go to the outpost.
2 islands away.
Okay. It's just another voyage too, if you want.
Yeah, we could do that.
Do that first, so at least we can get moving whilst I put this barrel away. So I voted.
Cool. I shall do the same. Well, that's a lot of islands.
Jeez. Oh jeez, Rick.
One of them is the Crescent Isle on your left. Top left. Crescent Isle. Go down. Right there. That's one of them.
Oh, it is too.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Pearly. You don't open chests. You have to take them back to, Yep, that's the one.
Let's hide away. Is there another one?
That's all of them.
Then we have Sharkbait Cove. Sharkbait Cove. You want to head to Lone Cove, which is southeast from here.
Yep, alright.
These Sharkbait Coves are south. And then there's an outpost right next to it, so after we go to Lone Cove, we go past Sanctuary Outpost to Crescent Isle.
Sounds good.
Dump our shit. Because we actually have shit to lose now. Valuable stuff.
This is true.
I think there's a sloop up ahead.
Oh, is there?
Oh, yep.
I thought it was a skeleton ship.
Hang on. Is, and there's also, yeah, sloop. Heading
That
straight
sloop is
towards
moving
Crescent.
very fast.
Reckon they're going to the outpost.
Yeah.
On the right track. And east.
Mm-hmm. That ship that's... It's that island next to the frickin' pirates. The skeletons.
Annoying.
Are those explosive barrels in the water? Can't
You're
tell.
looking.
To our left. We've gone past them. They dipped into the water. They're gone.
Okay.
So which side of this island should I be aiming for?
We don't know, because it's one of those message in a bottle ones. Yeah, we just need to get onto the island, so... Right ahead.
Alright. Alright, drop anchor.
You turned too soon.
Well, I was concerned about hitting the, this bit right here.
Written sign upon the captain's... The campfire to the north, I know where this is. Had this riddle before, fuck off. Run away! Run away! Run away!
Doing okay over there? Oh,
I forgot
there's
that
two
I
of them.
changed my gun.
Okay, I got one of them. Ah, I missed. He's not dead! Got him.
Is he not fucking dead?
I don't know.
There for you to collect.
I appreciate it.
Say to do. Enter.
So I climb up the mast, and by the time I get back down, there are 3 skeletons near our ship. 2 of them with guns. This is true, Pearly. Third one wasn't even paying attention. That looked like a shark, but I think it's just a rock. Pearly, the downside of parking on the sand is you create lots of holes in your ship. And you have to patch them.
Sloped rocky path. Sloped rocky path. Northeast beach. No northeast beach.
Who goes there? Oh. Ah. Oh? Ah.
I don't know.
I'll keep you in my sights.
I don't get why they have NPCs that just stand on the islands and talk gibberish.
Cough. Yeah, I don't know what this means. There's no beach on the northeast side. Oh, it's not even the northeast.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens. Find the grave of the beloved boar to the southwest. That'd be on the beach I'm on.
Found a captain's chest just sitting here.
Oh, that's neat. Probably worth more money than the chest we're about to find on this beach.
Okay.
To the southwest, so not specifically on the southwest beach. Where are you going?
Look for the grave of the boar.
Yeah, it should be somewhere nearby.
This is north.
Yeah, I know, Pearly. Dangerous.
Just the seafarers.
Told ya. Don't mind me. Yes, Pearly. So, you'll actually see... Oh no, this ship doesn't have any hulls. When you fight other ships,
Ship
they
up
can
for the
sink
next
you.
location.
Will do. We were gonna go to the outpost, right?
It's along the way, so yeah.
No
I
problem.
think that's better, just with the stuff we have, and especially that ruby, because I'm curious to see what it's worth. Oh, quickly,
ruby and
though,
2 captain
around the
chests.
other side of this island, there was a shipwreck. If you want to have a look,
Alright, let's do that.
so just yeah, just go around the island.
Yeah.
See it as soon as you keep going around. Might be one that we've already gone to, but I doubt it.
Maybe, maybe not.
The gunpowder barrel.
Yeah, I
When
see
you're in
that.
there. Hang on, stop here.
Yep, I hear it.
Is it? It's deep.
So, I drop the anchor. The boat stops, and then the sails catch wind.
Ah, shark, shark, shark.
The shark took 2 bullets and it's still alive.
But now, fucking skeletons.
Wasted bullets on the shark.
Oh, it's another red one.
Should we use those explosive barrels on it? It's too deep
Good
for that.
point. You're gonna have to kill me to do it though.
Yeah. It's not going to be enough
Makes
anyway.
sense. Correct. It's a good start though. So get your sniper ready.
Yeah. Where am I looking? Oh yeah, I see it.
Is
That
what you're
shot
gonna do
didn't
is
hit
you're
it.
gonna just shoot me.
Okay.
Gunpowder barrel. So I'm gonna die and then keep shooting the thing. So go and refill your sniper.
Yep, I've done that. I just need to get a good angle on it.
Dying. So shoot me. Shoot me with the barrel. Shoot the barrel.
I can't see you.
Almost dead. Shoot the barrel. There we go. Good shot.
Did I actually hit you?
You exploded the barrel.
Didn't look like that on my screen.
You did. Okay. But you fucked up in it. Keep shooting the thing. Soon know when there's a barrel on the surface.
There doesn't look to be.
Believe how many mermaid things we've found today.
Yeah. We have a couple more explosive barrels that we could use.
How many times do you want to kill me?
As many times as it takes. See, the problem with the ones that are this deep, you can't see them from the surface. So you have to actually keep jumping into the water to shoot them. Which requires getting out of the
Big
ship.
deal.
And then getting back in the ship to reload. And I can miss like that.
I missed as well.
It's a weird angle on it.
I agree.
And I don't know if it's better to shoot the chest or the head, either.
No either. Go get a barrel, okay?
Alright.
We'll just keep killing me. You keep doing what you're doing, and I'll let you know when I'm ready to be shot.
Sounds good.
Doesn't even look damaged. Shoot me.
See, I saw the explosion that time.
Keep doing that until we run out of gunpowder barrels.
It's too bad we can't throw the cannonballs at it. Or just drop them from the surface.
More damaged, at least.
Yeah, it's promising.
I reckon it's healed.
Probably. You ready?
Yeah, shoot. It's much more effective, I think.
What, the barrels?
Know what I'm doing. I'm drowning,
Sword?
but like the intent is to die. Yeah. I know, so you keep doing what you're doing, and I'll
Yeah.
do this.
I mean, I would have said bring some bananas
Healing
with you.
before I respawn. Because that doesn't work as well.
It's so dark, I can't see the ladder. It's glowing more.
I'm close.
Have to go up for fresh bullets.
Right, I just keep dying. I hope these ruby ones are worth it. I think.
Yeah, they should be. Seems like your end unavailable. Because it's definitely loading for me.
Talking?
Just a viewer.
Me?
No. You're good. I keep losing the ladder. You saw nothing. Oh, jeez, there's a shark.
Ground this time.
That was weird. This shark really wants me.
On fucking load game.
Got it. A shark, I mean. Where did it go?
We're back to where we started with this fucking thing.
Yeah, I was busy fighting off a shark. Yeah, pretty much, Pearly. Hello, Fluffy Bunny. How's it going? There must be a better way to do this other than, you know,
Look
sending yourself. Yeah. Actually, Pearly, can you look it up for us while we're doing this?
It would be an excellent idea. Thank you very much, Pearly, whoever you may be.
Yeah, we're doing well, Fluffy Bunny. Just trying to destroy this, ruby mermaid underwater. Water heals the mermaid, so it takes forever to kill it.
Again?
Best ways to destroy a ruby mermaid in Sea of Thieves. That would be the exact terms I would type.
Yeah. Concur.
We've tried gunpowder barrels, and right now we're continuing with our current method of shooting it with a sniper rifle. Both are very slow methods. And one requires the person holding the gunpowder barrel to die directly in front of the mermaid. There's a shark behind you.
Noted.
It's dead. Fluffy Bunny says you need 3 people to make it easier. Yeah, we've only got 2 though. Four people would make it even easier.
Got one, but it was destroyed one, but we're in shallower water.
Yeah.
Reckon it just heals too quickly.
Compared to your respawns, yeah, for sure.
I reckon we abandon it and go to that shipwreck and be done with it.
We'll see what Pearly responds with. Yeah, Pearly says doesn't seem to be a much easier way besides getting more people.
Abandon it.
Yeah, it seems to have healed up. Damn.
So, if it's in shallow water, it can be done. And it will take around 300 sword hits and 4 to 5 minutes. You're alone. Yeah.
Pearly also says something saying that you can slash it with swords from a distance where it can't hurt you, but you can still hit it.
But it's too deep anyway, so I'm just gonna drown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a skeleton ship over there? Or a people ship? Skeleton ship. Tell me when you want me to raise sails or drop an anchor.
Will do. Yeah, it's too deep. I think it. I think all the ruby ones are that deep, or deeper.
Because the other one we killed was fine. Remember?
There we go. I fixed the message from the bot. Welcome to the order, Fluffy Bunny. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
Does it sound good?
No, I think that's the
Red. The skeleton ship.
That's what it sounds like. How do we want to do this? Oh, it's another one right there. I don't think we have a choice here.
Just go to an outpost.
Where's that
Go to the
outpost?
Run away.
I have to turn around.
Do what you need to do. Steer away from the ship. Get away. Steering towards it. Okay. This stuff isn't worth risking.
Could you adjust the map so that I can tell where I need to go?
Man. Yeah, this direction. Keep going
Cool.
in this direction.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's been our experience, Fluffy Bunny. We've gotten a few green ones, which are the emeralds. And those have actually been very easy compared to the ruby ones. That was the second ruby one we had run into today. I'll try to keep us at an angle where we have the wind to our advantage. Until we crash into their ship.
They crash into ours. Gear to the left a bit.
To the left. Looking good. Aim lower, because the lower it is, the, oh crap, too far to the left.
Lower, okay.
As low as you can, then.
I am. I've literally got it dead low.
I'll patch that up, you focus on shooting him.
That's good. That's what's happening. Well, there's a Megalodon. I'm sure we're heading towards the outpost as well.
Yep, straight line to the outpost from here. Slided to the right, but I'm... Whoa! That went past my face! I think I need to turn slightly to the right here. Nice. Ow. Pearly. The prize is the treasure that we're carrying. We just need to make sure we don't die.
Actually, these guys drop treasure as well.
Our cannons aren't functioning right now. If you want to...
I'm patching holes with you.
We're at the outpost.
I reckon we can keep taking them on. Just keep going in circles.
Alright. Oh. This is gonna hurt.
Yep. Just...
Yeah, we're on a sloop. It's too small. I have seen that happen, Curly. Where one ship basically climbed the other ship. Whoa!
Back to the outpost. Are we near the outpost?
We were, and then you said just keep circling them.
Yes, no, keep circling the outpost.
Ah.
You don't want to be too far away from it. Get back towards the outpost. They'll follow.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
What have we hit?
The ship.
Have to hit the other ship?
It was the easiest way.
Here. Me, who's trying to shoot them and repair the ship.
Yeah, the cannon noises are great, Pearly. It's even better if you've got surround like I do.
Might be abandoning us.
Or they're drowning.
Might even be sinking.
Why did you jump off?
Remember the controller issue?
Oh.
On damn yeah. It's the damn mermaid. You circling the outpost?
Yeah. So far all their cannonballs missed me.
Just come to the side. Just come to the side closest to where we can drop off shit and we'll anchor. And then we can just
Alright.
keep getting shot and it doesn't matter if the ship sinks because we still got everything.
Sounds good.
I think it's a better solution than... fucking sharks. Even if you have to beach the ship, Matt, it won't matter. Just fucking run it into the beach here and drop the anchor.
Is that you running on shore?
Yes. So there's a shark in the water.
Yeah, I see the shark. Per your instructions.
Close enough.
I mean, even if I landed on the beach, it would slide off back into the water eventually anyway. Ow!
Fuck.
I wasn't expecting that.
Me as well. I didn't even bother repairing the ship.
Okay.
1,000 gold, there you go. Oh,
Don't forget the other captain's chest.
I know. Need some health, Matt. I've literally got none.
Ah, okay.
Level 27 in gold books now.
Nice.
This guy's got insanely accurate really quickly.
Yeah, it's because we're not moving.
No, but even when we were moving, they got pretty accurate.
I wasn't watching. How much did we get for the ruby?
1,000.
Okay.
I'm really surprised that we haven't sunk yet.
Well, if you want, you can start sailing off.
We sold everything.
I think so.
Seafarer's chest.
There might have been a couple gunpowder barrels at the top that we still have. I don't know.
Go and grab them. As well. Just be careful.
Yeah, that'll be the challenge.
I think the reason we're not sinking is because we're sort of beached. We're sitting too high in the water.
Yeah. This is true.
There's only the
How many? Just the one?
The one.
Okay.
Yes, I'll sell that.
Yeah, they're shooting us from the other side of the island.
Below the waterline. Repair the damage below the waterline only. take it on. Keep repairing. Motherfucker.
Did they knock you off?
Yes.
Yeah, they definitely pushed me back. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't realize I was that low on health.
These things are way too overpowered for 2 people.
Seems that way, yeah.
You can't outrun them. Controller's giving me the shits because I can't fucking sprint. Swim faster.
Oh, we're sinking. You patch, I bucket. I hope we're not crashing into Boulder K. We're running low on wooden planks. Yeah, this is where 3 people comes in a lot better, because you've got, you know, 1 person fixing it, 1 person with a bucket, and 1 person steering. I don't like this angle.
Yeah, I don't know why you steered. Doing?
Yeah, that's a better angle.
More cannonballs. are sinking.
Are they?
No. Definitely running low on cannonballs, eh?
We are.
Yeah.
Nice shot. Ow.
Well, it's pretty fluky, but yeah. I'm pretty sure the skeletons can only patch holes. They can't. We did it. I think we did it.
We might have. Looks like it. We almost sunk though.
I just can't believe we sunk one. Where is it? Because I'm pretty sure we get something for it.
Yeah,
There.
I'll patch up any remaining holes on our end with the 3 planks we've got left. I saw one up the back here.
Did you sell the fancy thing that we had? No, you didn't sell the elaborate flagon.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
I'm gonna swim and see if I can find anything.
It was over to the right of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Raise the anchor and swim towards me.
Oh yeah, I see it.
A lot of shiny stuff in the water. I don't know what it is. Go straight back to the outpost, yeah?
Yep.
Try and get more supplies. And... That's
Sounds
interesting.
good.
That's the first ship I've ever sunk.
It does take a fair bit of effort.
Yeah. Mission Castaways chest. Still got a bit of stuff. All of it's skeleton captain's skull. Not a bad little haul. Shark in the water though. That fucker.
Yeah, I see him. I'll shoot him for you. We did the thing.
The thing.
I don't think I killed the shark. Oh yeah, I did. It's just taking forever to die. The castaway chests look much nicer from above when they're floating in water.
Yeah.
We did it. I've never seen a skeleton captain skull before. Fancy.
We get everything? Not yet.
There's some tea. I got the tea.
That's it. Yeah?
I think so.
Can't see anything else. Outpost.
Yeah.
Let's find it.
That looks like everything.
So we need to go south, basically.
South it is.
If you raise the anchor. I've never sunk one before, so that was interesting.
Yeah.
I read about it though, so I did know that the skeletons like repair the ship, but they can't bail out any water, so you just have to whittle them down basically. We literally
Ah.
only had just enough supplies to survive that because we have 17 cannonballs left.
Oh, jeez. Pearly says, "Nice one, guys. Genuinely didn't think you were gonna live."
Thanks. Appreciate appreciate that. To be honest, I didn't think we'd do it either.
But we did, and that's what matters.
How many planks did you have left, Matt?
I am still carrying 2.
No, I have 1, so that's how close we came to sinking, really.
Yep. Because we actually did have a bit of water building up as well.
Oh, yeah. At one point I thought we were gone.
Oh, I missed the skeleton. Yeah, so did I. Pearly says, judged it mainly on the comparison of ship sizes.
Yeah. When they can shoot twice as many cannonballs as us, it's pretty one-sided.
Yeah. For sure. There's also going to be a shipwreck that we were going to get.
To the island.
Aw, why not?
So?
Why not?
I mean,
You don't want to crash into the island?
why not? Yeah, not this time.
Damn.
3 planks left.
Yeah, true. We will need to stock up on fresh supplies.
Oh yeah, everywhere. Whenever we pass something, we're spun.
Yeah. Which side of the island do I need to
Deposit all the cannonballs.
arrive?
I think it matters too much. That's good. It doesn't.
Return the
Result.
ashen chest first, because I believe that one gets you a lot of money.
Yeah. I reckon this thin skull's going to be pretty good too. We'll do as you say. I think it's this side. I think you're right.
That's why I'm aiming for it.
We'll raid every barrel we can find.
Yes.
Not on the
That's-
beach there. That's supplies.
Yeah, that's supplies.
Supplies. I thought I'd be so happy to see supplies.
Yeah, you usually don't care about them.
Because normally we'd never need them. This is the closest I've ever come to running out of shit.
I think we've come close before.
And this is the closest.
Perfect.
$10.30 for that skull. Nice.
Yeah.
Makes it kind of worth it.
It does.
Boosted me up a lot in the Order of Souls too. Is that the flagon thing you've got now? What are you selling?
No, I'm selling the other skull.
Had another skull.
Yeah, there were 2 skulls in that ship.
I did not realise. That worth. Who do you sell the flagon to?
Probably the Merchant Alliance would be my guess. No? You don't want the flagon? I'm gonna guess Gold Hoarders if that's not the case.
If it's not that, it might be Duke in the tavern. Just a thought.
Looks like it was gold hoarders.
Take it. Should we get for the flagon?
160, I think, or 260. Elaborate flagon.
Supplies. Are they here? The supplies. Let's see the supplies.
They despawned.
Fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll have to content myself with barrels. Find any bananas, let me know, because I need them.
Yeah, there are bananas up here.
Okay.
By the lady you can buy ship parts from.
Cool.
Yep, there were 3 bananas in that right chest. Right barrel. I'm almost at 100,000, oh, there's a wooden crate here. Of? 50 of something.
Bro, 50. I've already looked at it.
And now we take all the resources we can find.
We're in dire need of them. So you're almost at 100,000 gold. At 84,000.
I'm at 95,000.
So much more ahead of me. So you're 10,000 ahead of me. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Not happy about it.
I'm full on both planks and cannonballs.
Some bananas in the tavern. Full on bananas a minute.
Oh, damn. I missed the ship.
Reckon we're just about good.
Just about, yeah. Okay, I do fit through that gap. Nice. Oh, I'm full on cannonballs and planks again.
Oh yeah.
I'll go for one more batch and then I will quickly take a break, refill my water, and then we can set sail again. Oh. Apparently a wooden barrel can only contain 25 planks.
Thought it could contain more than that.
Yeah, it used to be that you could fill both of these barrels, but it only lets you... You know what we could do? I have an idea. We could take the wood crate, because that lets us carry an extra 50 planks.
Yeah, but we're probably not going to play for much longer, so it's probably not going to matter.
Alright, I'm heading back to the ship now.
So am I. You're on the ship. Go and get your water and stuff, and I'll look for islands again.
Sounds good.
Where we need to go. Like cannonballs again. Still more than 25, Matt. I'm up to 27 now.
Planks?
I don't know what your issue was. Yeah?
Oh, really? Kate Snake? Interesting. Kate Snake says it contains more, it glitched out for you. Which is a possibility. Not sure why.
Back on the ship.
I am climbing in now. Hang on, let me check this barrel. You're right, it contains 27. Well, there we go. Now we have 40 planks. So I'm going to refill my water and be right back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Excellent. We're almost there.
Oh, good. That's some very...
If you wish.
That's some glowing fog right there.
Glowing fog concerns me now.
The fog can't kill you. The rocks can,
so just
that you
go to the
can't
middle.
see because they're fog. What's
Go
wrong?
to the middle of Crescent Isle, I'd say. Middle? Go to the middle? Because there's chests. Or to the left and right of the middle, so it's just easier.
Okay. Do you want to raise the sail a bit? Yeah, Kate Snake, that's what it looked like to me.
I'd say.
Where it was very confused about what I was trying to do with the planks.
Do you can store more than 25? Definitely?
Oh yeah, we got 40 in there now?
Not because of a glitch though, it's just wasn't working for you.
Yeah, the glitch was that it wouldn't let me put more than 25 in there.
Oh. I'm with you.
You slowed me down too much, I was aiming for the pier.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, drop anchor. Huh. Tapped it.
Damn it, Matt.
It pushed us past the pier. Alright, we're good.
Okay. As well, jump off and look for chests as well.
Yep.
So we don't have anything on the ship worth defending.
Oh, there's two on either side. Giant rock.
I sworn it was here.
Pearly, the music while I was AFK was my own, but the music you're hearing throughout the gameplay is part of the game. It actually gives you a lot of context.
1,000 grogs.
Yep, I see that.
You're gonna have fun bringing that back.
It's funny because it does let you refill your tankard.
We got a Marauder's chest.
Nice.
On there?
Mm-hmm. It's easy.
Let's leave that on the top deck, it's easier. Why are we drifting so much?
I don't know. I think it's because we
Think it's
ended up
down.
so close to the coast. Yeah, I love the drunken chest.
there's the next one. But the one on the same side as me, I didn't realise.
Yep. I think I went too far. Yeah. I need to be on... right behind this rock.
Could be a path back here. Jeez, my game just spazzed out a bit. Should be some rocks. To the right of the rocks. Rocks.
Big rock. Yeah, maybe? Got it.
What is chest?
Nailed it.
It's the other one.
The other one... Oh.
I thought this one was the one you were going for.
Yeah. Now the other one would be... up here. Oh, jeez.
Captain's chest and everything.
Hello.
Put the other chest.
I left it where I found it. So, do you want to grab this one and I'll take the other one?
Because I don't know where you found the other one anymore.
That's okay. Yep, Pearlie's correct. You're not the only one here. But welcome either way.
Okay, that's Crescent Isle done. Mate's Hideaway to the south is the direction we're heading. No, don't
I know.
drop the sail. You were for some reason. All good. Should have had faith.
I'm not that bad of a pirate. Let's be fair. South, did you say?
And hard left. Yeah, once we get out of here.
I might hit that coast there.
Go on. Have a little faith. This chest would be the worst thing to fucking steal from someone.
Yeah, you'd have quite a terrible time doing so.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna refill my ammo very quickly. And then... That big one in front of us. Which side of the island do we need to land on?
Ooh, good question. So it'll be the east side.
Okay, so we're doing well.
No, sorry. Yeah, on the right side. And it'll be that beach. Only the one chest, so.
There are supplies on our left.
Gets the chest, the other one has a quick. I think we're pretty good.
Yeah.
We're only going to play for another half hour or so.
Alrighty.
Shark. Now we need to kill the Megalodon, because we've killed the skeleton ship.
Do you want to start raising sail? Perfect. I can't tell what a safe distance is from here, so...
Much more efficient. Righty, so... the rocky bit there. Should be somewhere here.
Nice. Looks like it.
Have a quick run around the island. See if
If you
find
like.
anything else.
I don't see anything from this angle.
It's alright. It's a rowboat. Oh no, it's not. It's a chest. Ah! Ah!
I missed.
Don't see anything else. Pretty sure there's supposed to be like a skeleton throne.
There might be.
Island, but
Let me take a quick look at the map. Dunno. So where are we going from here?
south again, I think.
Oh yeah, to Sharkbait Cove.
That sounds about right.
And then there's an outpost next to it.
It's wheat.
Oh, we're facing the right way for
See the
the for
throne
Sharkbait
anywhere?
Cove. No.
remember. It's supposed to be. Won't be too long. And if you wanted to set sail without me, and I'll just get the mermaid.
But what if you find something?
It's your right. True. Kinda just looking for a throne though. I found sweet fuck all. Surely the throne isn't this hard to find.
Oh, I have 9 unread emails. What happened?
You become so popular so quick. An underwater cave. Probably where I want to go.
Oh, we were facing the right way before. There's a downside of a keyboard. I think that's right. Yeah. I haven't lost you, have I?
No, I'm still here.
Cool.
Just exploring known places.
Good plan, good plan.
Funny.
My character is now emoting, pointing at the island. He's just standing there, pointing.
Okay. Yep, without you doing anything, no input.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I doubt I'm gonna find it. Give me way back now-ish. Need a sail? There?
I'm here. What's up?
Are you? Yep. Ready to sail?
Yep, ready when you are.
I am on. Honey, you're really quiet.
Sorry, my mum was asking questions.
Oh yeah, I figured as soon as...
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck. Some planks, I'll get some cannonballs. We just have to keep shooting shit.
The good news is, it hasn't actually started attacking us.
Not that one. Actually don't know how many cannonballs we need for this.
It's usually about 4 or 5 per thingy.
Just defeat it.
No, we kept moving. Oh, Kraken Hunter. Yep, okay.
Didn't it drop treasure?
We might. We should check.
Yeah, let's go back.
Just turn the wheel. That was the Kraken, Pearly.
It's easier than anticipated.
Usually it's a lot harder.
See anything in the water?
No, I don't see any flashes. It's possible we didn't defeat it, we just got out of its range.
Because we got the commendation for it.
Yeah, that's the
10
weird
doubloons
part.
for defeating the Kraken.
Oh yeah, you're right. Weird.
There it is. I see it.
Yep.
It's off to the right there.
Go get it.
Trying.
And I will prep us to go.
It's only the one thing.
Looks like it, yeah.
You need to bring the ship closer. No, never mind.
I'm
It's not
working
even
on it.
much. Turn it around, the ship, and I'll get back. I think there was only the one thing. Well, there was more.
Was there?
No.
Oh crap, I pulled the sail the wrong way.
Alright, I'm on.
Cool. I still need to turn though.
Creative exotic silks.
Oh yeah. Bit of Merchant Alliance.
For not doing much.
Yeah, I think that's why it didn't give us much of a reward. We scared it off.
We've got 10 doubloons. Like, that gets us a proper quest
True, true.
to do that another day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've already been at this 3.5 hours.
This island will be the last island, and then the outpost.
Yep, sounds good. So Pearly, the way it works is you have reputation with each of these, different groups. So you've got the Bilge Rats, which I've never done any of their, stuff. Gold Hoarders, so I'm level 26 for them. Order of Souls. And Merchant Alliance.
More south.
More south? Gotcha. How's that? Now here's a good thing. The final commendation that I can see on my screen that I don't have yet. Oh no, that I haven't unlocked yet. Right, because I've got grade 2 for everything else.
For what?
The only grade 1 commendation I still don't have yet is sell 20 captain's chests. I've got 18 out of 20.
I have Hoarder of Lost Artifacts. But sell 5 treasure artifacts to the gold hoarders. I don't have that one yet.
Mm-hmm.
I have 30 captain's chests.
Yeah.
I like an Order of Souls.
Yeah, they tend to be more interesting in my opinion. We can do Order of Souls next time.
Never like
Yeah, I like that. Hmm? Oh, what level?
level are you in Order of Souls.
22.
Take. I only purchased 2 Ocean Voyages. It's a bit sad. Head a little bit more east.
Yep, that's what I started doing. Hey, look, supplies. Another skeleton ship over there.
Let's avoid them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sharkbait Cove is a shit spot. Looking at the
Fair
old
enough.
structure, just looks like a prick.
I see it.
See the brigade? Oh, fuck's sake. It was warm. It's chilling in the water. It's chilling in the water.
Basically, I have to get far enough away from you for it to spawn.
I know. I got the notification for Old Souls Atoll as well.
Yeah. Interesting.
Heck. Yeah, that was the brigantine, isn't it?
I wanna say yes?
It's bigger than a sloop, not as big as a galleon.
Yeah. Oh, to our left.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, saw that right. Did see that, did you?
I didn't. I do now.
On the same island. I don't know. Stick with the ship, and if it gets through, just leave.
Will do.
I'll just look for the clues and that, and also park the ship yourself. So I want to get
Okay.
leave as quickly as possible. Before we leave, I think we should rate them.
Are you okay?
You guys leave. If you guys leave us alone, we'll leave you alone.
Yeah, we're looking for.
No worries.
Had a little too much momentum. Yeah, this is a game for all ages. It's one of the best things about it.
Fun.
Yeah. Fun for the entire family. No, Pearly.
Can you hear me?
We're not doing that.
Want to do what he suggested. Don't know what he suggested, but I know I like it. What am I looking for? A shark statue. Oh. Shark statue was in the middle there.
In the East Outer Ring.
Past the fucking shark statue. Yeah, but it's not. It's in the middle here. Unless there's multiple. Never been here before. Gunpowder barrel over there. Do you want it? Might be a rock. Actually, I think it's a rock.
Could be one or the other or both.
Okay, I don't think it's this statue. It said to raise the lantern, didn't it?
Raise light above your cheek, yes.
East Outer Ring. Still headed east.
I'm just watching a little piggy on the beach.
Alright. Fair enough. I have no idea where this statue is at all. It looks like one. That though. Activate. Not east enough.
That's a possibility. Oh no, I lost the piggy.
Gonna raise the lantern to every dark statue I find.
Yeah.
Can gunpowder barrels. It almost killed me.
Oh, the gunpowder barrel. I didn't even hear it explode.
Fuck. Because you're too far away from where I am now. I don't know where this shark statue is. It's giving me the shits.
If you head back to the ship, I can find it.
On the east shore. I'm where I'm supposed to be, I think.
It's among the bushes. It's like in the middle of that slice of island.
It's not exactly helpful. Jungle exploring, currently.
I'd help you look, but I'm taking care of the ship. Hey, I got the skeleton. Actually, how centered am I?
Yeah, pretty good.
Hi, Baseman99, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well.
I'm having a lot of trouble. We might trade places.
Alright, let's do it. You want to go to the south-southwest of the island.
South-southwest. Oh yeah, I see the mast.
Yeah? Cool, I'll leave you to it.
Hey.
Oh, I almost got stuck on a rock. Whoops. East outer ring.
I found this gunpowder barrel on my way back. I go and put it on their ship.
Nah.
Light it. Good. You found it.
Yep.
In this map, a clue you'll see if at the skull summoning totem on the southeast outer ring, which is where I should be, isn't it?
At the
Didn't even
skull
see that
summoning totem. What? What didn't you see?
The summoning totem.
Ah. On the southeast outer ring. Hello, skeleton.
I heard that.
Oh, it sounded like someone choked you and you just got air again.
Are you still on the ship, by the way?
That's me shooting. And
Oh
wolves.
yeah.
Ah, okay. So what am I looking for? Hi there.
Totem.
Skull summoning totem.
Are you guys doing Gold Hoarders voyages or Order of Souls voyages?
This one's Gold Hoarders.
And let me see the riddle.
One of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it before. Let me see. I'm reading this map. A clue you'll see. If at the skull summoning southeast. No, just go southeast. It's easy. Go southeast enough. The another one will appear.
I think they're pirate legends. Their ship's pretty decked out.
Other riddle.
I had a quick look.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And I'll see you. I feel like I'm good at that.
No Pearly, bad Pearly.
Suggesting.
Ow. Skeleton, that was very rude. Things we shouldn't be doing.
Hey, like what?
Oh, hello, little piggy. Don't
You need
drown.
kids. You can't talk about it.
Pretty much.
I think I should.
I
take
want to
these
say
two
it's this
gunpowder
totem.
barrels,
Hold on.
put
So
them
what do I
on
need to
their
do?
ship, and light
Found it.
At the Rum Runner's cache on the northwest outer ring.
Alright, I'll go over there.
Outside.
It's alright. I'll be quick. Oh! Skeleton with a barrel. Run! Nope, he still set it off.
Nice. Three. We get a robot.
Yeah, we got it earlier.
See.
You guys need help?
Northwest outer ring.
Oh, you guys,
This
watch out, behind you!
Putting these gunpowder barrels in the crow's nest then.
Come on.
You won't let me have any fun with them.
Wait, where's my...
What am I looking for? Rum Runner's
Rum Runner's
cache. Hmm. Whoop.
Cache.
So I assume...
Cache in computer terms or cache?
It's not this.
8 paces north, I think.
These guys were worshipping a shark. Oh, there's a gunpowder barrel.
I mean, these guys are worshipping a shark.
Cave drawings.
Okay.
Not the actual players. What was the exit? This was the exit.
Hey, you guys need help?
No, we're good, thanks.
But
They asking?
If we need help.
he said no, they're good.
Just asking if they know where the Rum Runner's cache is. Oh, motherfucker!
Could be this.
Still looking up under the
Okay,
dive
Let's see.
asshole.
Some
Northwest Adeline.
baggy skeleton.
8 paces north. Let's try it.
I'm being shot from like 500 things.
Yeah.
I'm not even getting chased by anything.
My bananas.
Hey, it's not that.
Kill that.
Help.
Kill up skeletons. Die skeletons. Oh, finally. Jeez, I was getting shot so many times by that skeleton.
I might need help.
You guys
Oh,
still looking for it?
What was that?
oh no, skeleton. Go away.
With the barrel.
No, just a sword in my face.
Set them off.
I gotcha!
I must be missing something obvious. Not on this side.
Oh, he's coming. Gold skeletons! Unicorn, need your help? Gold skeletons?
Grab it. I got it.
That's a lot of skeletons.
Yep, it definitely is.
Oh, the golden ones, tell me about it. This will be, tell me about it. You can find it, oh, I know. Yep, done.
He died?
Chest might be in.
How did you? Oh! No, 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 no. Dude,
Oh god, another skeleton with a gun.
Yeah.
I am not having much luck, I'll be honest. Wait, this might be it? Or this one? Hold on. Oh, that's flowers.
Patrolling up and down the ship.
Okay. Ow. It's so much harder to do this at night.
Oh yeah. Get your lantern out.
Yeah, I've been doing that. But even still, I feel disoriented. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Jumped into the water for fun and I see something shiny.
That's good.
Is villainous bounty skill.
Hmm. I can't see anything. It's too dark.
Like hold it, and then the balloon blasted out air, and it hit me in the face. No, I'm gonna die. I'm dead.
Okay, I think I found the spot. And it was how many north? 8? Yeah, paces north.
I think.
I think I got it.
Check at the minute because I forgot the skull.
Skeleton with a gun showed up when I took the final step. Yep, got it.
That's good. Nice.
Ow. There's too many skeletons.
Voyage complete. Took us way too long.
Wizard! No! Oh, yes, wizard. Wizard, you're the best. No, come to the water. They get rusty.
Oh, that's
And you can
right.
shoot them easier. Trust me, it works. Look, they go slower when they're in water, look. See? See this stuff come off, so yes. Yes, you see
He's
that?
trying to eat his banana, but he's too rusty.
Ow, ow! You're hitting me! Come, get further in the water. Get slower and rustier. You see, look.
Thank you.
Good move.
Now I have to remember where this thing was. Aha.
Oh, good luck to you guys. Goodbye.
See ya. Thanks for the help. Rusty bananas, no. Rusty skeletons. Because they were the golden skeletons, and they rust. Or bronze, I think, actually. They can't move once they're in the water. I'm going in the wrong direction. That's their ship. I got turned around.
Are you guys gonna help us, or are you guys gonna go?
Oh, wizards out here.
That chicken looks very happy.
Wizard.
That's their ship, yeah. Look. Yep. Oh, they're going to this ship. Yeah, they're going.
Alright, let's go.
You guys are going?
What you guys doing? We're going.
We're just doing some skeleton stuff, you know.
See ya.
Anyways, it was nice
Bye.
meeting you guys.
You too.
See ya.
I'm a little bit freaked out when they followed us back to the ship.
Yeah.
With my gun out, ready to shoot the fuckers.
That's
Where
alright.
the fuck are we going? We're even going in the right direction. We're not. To turn northeast.
Turning northeast. Well, Pearly, it was more I was pretending that I couldn't hear them. Because we're just about to finish anyway.
Turning in the chest of 1,000 grogs.
Yep, I can do that. Easy.
Or it's easy.
Well, the difference is, Pearly, you wanted me to kill them more than once.
I wanted to put explosive barrels on their ship and light them. Please, can I do it? Just drop me off near the ship.
No.
Please. Please. I'm gonna do it anyway.
No.
Swim there. Shit's happening, Matt. It's happening. See you later. I'll catch up with you.
Don't do this. They helped us.
Already swimming. Yeah. They did. How do you light the fuse on these things?
I don't think we can. I think it's only the skeletons that can do that.
But you could.
Pearly says, you have his full support.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wholeheartedly disagree with his support.
I'm quite happy with the support. I'm gonna utilise that support and hammer this home.
I'm gonna need your help to hand these things in, though.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Right there. Ooh. There's a storm brewing. Okay. Let's start handing these in.
They weren't real happy. They just shipped just as I got there, and so I dived under the water and just let go of the barrel, so it hit the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then it exploded, like just as they got to the ship, and they're like, "What the hell?" And they saw me,
damn.
and they betrayed us.
No, you betrayed them.
damn what?
I had no control over the situation.
Like I took stuff from
Who
them.
was it that takes the, grog? Is it Gold Hoarders? Okay, it's handed in.
And I'm respawning. The black screen that I'm looking at. It's very irritating. Seriously, if this could load, that'd be great. There we go.
Do you like my parking?
Yes. Sit. Surely this is going to get you to 100,000.
Yeah, I'm at 98,000 right now. Fingers crossed. It should.
Yes, I leveled up in Order of Souls. Almost level 20.
Nice. $98,943. $100,084.
Nice. Hang on, you're about to go up a little bit more because there's a gunpowder barrel left.
Ah. Cool. Don't think there's anything else in here though.
I'm almost going to get to 89,000. Oh, I almost got to level 28 for the gold quarters.
Nice.
So I just scraped into 89,000. For a whole. All the damage on our ship.
Is it not pretty?
Just, we've got planks everywhere.
I just like if
Everywhere.
I like how you can actually see if you stand out here.
Two seconds.
Yeah, Pearly says there would be another explosive barrel left if you Oh, sorry, he says there wouldn't be another explosive barrel left if I just went with you to blow up some children.
Good point.
But yeah, take a look at this
I don't know
windowsill.
how those children went.
Oh, they probably patched up whatever single hole you gave them. The windowsill has a cannonball mark as well.
Yeah, but the deck does as well. Did you see the one on the deck?
Where? Oh, this scrape on here?
Yeah.
No, I don't see anything over here.
Okay. Weird.
Yeah. I see one that's slightly climbing up the mast.
Yeah.
I don't see one here, though.
So much damage. So
Mhm.
much damage.
This is true.
Okay. Thank you for a good night. I think we sold all that treasure. We lost
Yep.
some treasure, which sucked.
Yeah. It'll happen every now and then. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll
We did
talk
well,
to you later.
Overall. Yeah.
There you go.
Sounds good. See ya.
Man.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is, apparently, I could maybe hand this in if I fill it up. So let's try. See how many planks we can fit in here. Because we're not going to need these anyway. And if we get some gold for it, I'll take it. You know? And then I will head off because it is 9:30 and I'm sleepy. Need 11 more wood. I got one more quest. Devil's Ridge. I think that's on the other side of the map. Always. I'm not finding any wood. All I want to do is fill up this crate.
Are you guys the same people who...
Hello? Is it you guys? Is it you guys that blew up our ship? Or is it just a shark?
Are you guys the same people? Hello? 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 Huh? Dude. Uniform. They're not here. They're not here.
Obviously there was a gold forges and clothing shop or something.
Yeah, just look in every shop. Find them. No. Hello? I heard someone was here. Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Dude, they're not here. Like,
Not
where are
here.
the ones here?
I know.
Wait, hold on, let me check. Check on the boat.
No, dude, they're
Let
not
me check on the
there.
boat.
I want to see if, what's his name?
Anybody on the boat?
What's his name? William. Wizard. Wizard? Dude, there's no... dude, they're all...
Oh, hi there.
They're both online. Dude, you guys that, blew up our ship. Or was it your friend?
It was my friend, and I was completely against it. My stream can confirm that I was completely against the idea. That's why I left him behind, because I was like, I'm not going to be complicit in this.
That's why while I was swimming back, I saw the explosion and I saw him running away from the truck.
Are you streaming right now? Or...
Anyway, I'm heading off. Thanks again for your help earlier.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sure, are you streaming right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, just tell your friend he's a bad boy.
Yep, I will.
Goodbye.
Alrighty. Well, just by filling up that crate of wood, I got 900 gold out of it. So, I'm happy with this. Alright, well, thanks for watching. If you don't already follow me on Twitter, WizardCM. Same goes for Mixer and Twitch. YouTube is WizardCM Gaming. I appreciate you for watching, and I will see you guys another time. Bye-bye!